Alright, welcome back to At the Ends of Eras, development stream extraordinaire, etc. But okay, I'll move this, because we're going to be shuffling between some music, which admittedly has way too wild of dynamics. Actually, what if I solve the problem by simply not doing that? Hang on, I'm just going to disable shuffling on this music, since a lot of this will be quiet, low ambient music. Okay. Now we've got the things that we should have. But okay. Welcome back to At the Ends of Eras. Let's see what I did last time. Because I'm only working on the game once a week, now I have to, like, refresh my context. Okay. I think it was basically, I talked to Karamov, or I added Karamov to the game. He's so much taller than me. I guess I made him that tall. Yeah, because characters in the game have heights. I think his head is too big, though, for how tall he is. I deliberately did that for characters. I'll figure it out some other day. Because, yeah, basically, I have an anime... I'd have to go back to Blender and make the tall animation look different. But okay. So basically, we had the quest. What I want to start doing now is start expanding the quest, and to do that, I realize one of the first things I should do is go to our quest, our Neo quest, and basically, internally, every stage of a quest has an ID. So if we go to Sublime, let's see, anything here that I won't miss? Let's get this up. Huh? Oh, okay, I see. Package control updated some stuff. If we went to dialogue, major quest, Razia. So every quest will start, like 0 means the quest isn't active at all, and then by default right now it goes 1, 2, 3, etc. But what I want to do is I'm tired of constantly having to go back and change things, so I'm going to do what Bethesda does internally, where their quests are divided into stages as well with IDs, but they start with the hundreds, and I'm not going to change them as much as they presumably do, so I'll just start with the tens. And this way it's a different thing. There's no copyright violation at all. I mean, I don't think they, like, patented the idea of using... I mean, this is a common thing of, like, if you're changing something a lot, don't have the IDs start from 1 and go up to 2, etc. Start from, like, 10, so that way I can insert something here. 15. So now, instead of having to change stage 2 to something else and then change all of these numbers and make sure everything works, I just change... You know, I can just insert up to 10 stages between these two. So yeah, that'll be my, I guess, first mission, and then I'll actually start expanding the quest. Okay. Hang on, adjusting the mic. How's that look? I guess that looks fine. However, my music is now getting slightly too loud. The volume adjustment stream. Okay, so the stages of a quest should be, this is now going to be a dictionary of integers to stage. Our active stage will still be an integer. And then, when we start the quest, I think what we do is we sort the keys of the quest. And here we don't do previous stage. We do, for S in, I guess stages. If s less than previous stage, continue. I guess less than or equal to previous stage. Well, actually, no, we start from the previous stage before. Okay. So basically, right now we go up the stages. And I think what I could do is, if previous stage, no, if stages previous stage. Oh, and that also means that this will no longer work to get us over the size of it. Yeah, we need to do if s in stages. And what I'm going to do here is return -1. Or maybe 0. So yeah, I should make sure that everything works. So anytime I call stages size, that's no longer correct. Okay, and also a stage needs a next now, which is going to be 0 by default. If non-zero, immediately. And then also let's just have like the next equals 0. There we are. Alright, so that feels fine. Now, the main thing is getting back to the opulent medium. Because now, this needs to be... this. And this also means that anytime I subtracted one or added one in here, because before what I did was this index, yeah, so now S. Wait. Add note. Oh, wait, this should not be, hang on. This note here is literally... Hang on. Quest %s %d. Basically, I was setting the stat to just the number of the quest. But yeah, now it should be IDS. There we go. So yeah, now it's quest /s/this. This introduces the current stage. So this means that, like, we don't accidentally add multiple journal entries every time we, like, start the game, and it detects what stage we're on, or something like that. Okay, so let's make sure... So the other quest that I need to fix is TS intro. And that'll also just be exact same thing. Okay, so go back to... He has just minor quests. Nope. So hopefully this is not difficult. Okay, let's just make sure all this works. Options. Oh wait, no. We need to do new game. Oh, right. Huh? Right, didn't I, like, not even want to bother with this? Ah, well. I will bother with this. Oh, right, that was the issue. It goes to the main world. Oh, what is this condition? Oh, I see. Ooh. We need to... I guess we just do... Changed... Is this a stat that exists? Okay, good. This is what I needed there. All right, back to school. Back to the start. Okay, do we have an autosave? We do. Hang on. Delete that. Oh, delete us. Is save.necropolis our save? Delete that too. Okay. Now we come back to here. Let's talk to Karamov. What do you need? Oh, out of bounds 0. Oh, I see. If previous stage in stages and that. Stages. Okay. Let's make sure that that works. Nope, that broke. Yeah, let's see if stages... So when do we complete the stage? Oh, I see. Because it returned 0 here, I assume. Why are you standing now, you bozo? Wait. Oh, I see. I thought it didn't save. But little did I know. It's because new files do not get sorted. Okay. Try this again. Wait, now he seems to be working, because for some reason before, he was, like, rotating toward me, like, his whole body, even though he was sitting. Interesting. I don't know how that works. It's also looking a little far to the right. Okay, but I'll keep my eyes out. Okay. Let's get her help looking. Okay, so now he knows, she knows, they know what they're supposed to be doing. She knows what she's doing. And then let's save. Let's make sure that it works when we actually, like, get back into the world. I found a way to look into the ruins, but it seems to be just one room. So we don't need to print debug anymore, I don't think. Actually, I'll just keep it around. Okay, let's make sure that everything works. Good. Boom. Oh yeah, that takes 3 clicks now. I might just change that to a button, because I also don't want the player to close the door, because that could potentially soft lock them. Well, could it? I guess it could, yeah. Oh. Okay, because yeah, now the next stage will be, a little bit more work to find the way into the ruins, and then, a little bit more work to get up to that opulent medium. Okay. Okay, good. So now if we save and quit. Okay, errors. What are the errors here? I don't care very much. Yeah, I did something wrong with my input setting, or like determining when it sets the input, but it doesn't cause any like actual bugs. It just warns me. Okay. How did I change so much stuff already? I think there's just a bunch of unrelated changes here. So what I'm going to do here is basically make adding new stages easier. And then fixes of some sort, I don't know. Okay. So let's go back to my beautiful concept art. That was, I put it under, like, environment or something? I think? I don't know where anything is. Lagoon Town, boards, characters, coats, furniture, UI. I'm just saying things out loud without actually figuring it out. Opulent. Okay, we have a folder called Opulent Medium. I don't know where this is, though. Can I, like, get the address of the current folder? Am I stupid? What's happening? Oh, it's at the very front. Wait, what? Okay, I see, I see. Can I, like, open the actual location? There we go. Okay. Now it's back to normal. And I see that it's completely white, which is a promising sign. Oh, wait, because I did it in Krita. Okay. Wait, what? Why did I do it in Krita? Didn't I do it in, Didn't I have some actual concept art? What the hell's going on? Alright, hang on. My brother's asking me something. About to release. Apparently he's talking with his coworkers about my game. Okay. Alright, so this is not the concept art that I had before, which is unfortunate. So, like, I'm going crazy now. Did I have it under, like, necropolis or something? Okay, yeah. I did have it under necropolis. Yeah, because basically, there's several stages to the quest. I need to figure out, first of all, some sort of basic problem solving to get into the place. Because basically, we go back to here. This is going to be some sort of pyramid type structure. And it'll be filled in with concrete, blocked off. And then we have to go into some other roundabout way of getting down into like the actual ruins. And I'm also trying to figure out, how do I make it in a way that it's not going to drive me crazy to like change things in it? Okay. And it's not in our open recent files. It's going to be under Jak for assets. Environment. Is it just test right now? I may want to switch that to something else. I don't care. Well, I kind of should care. Okay, because let's first conceptualize... We don't need this. What is the actual, like, structure of this thing? Because first of all, this would go this way. And also, why is it so screwed up? Even? Fixed? None of those quite do what I want. Ah, well. Yeah, I shouldn't worry too much yet when it's like... It doesn't even actually matter yet. Because this whole thing is going to be filled with concrete. That's our concrete. Take your time, Godot. What the heck did I just do? Why did that take so long? That's scary. But okay, so this is the opulent medium. So I think what I'm going to do is... Let's organize these in a way that I can actually, like... So top side is this first thing. I want it to be at the top. I can't make it at the top. Oh, because they're sorted alphabetically. That's awesome. Okay, well, I'll just get all these things then. Thank you for not showing me which ones are highlighted, Blender. Okay, well, I know it's all of these. No, I don't know it's all of these then. I think this one is not part of that. There we go. Finally. How did this... Oh, I see. Okay. So where is... So our door is here. Hide that. And then we don't really need this. Okay. Fair enough. So now what'll happen is this will do something or other. So yeah, I guess what I'll do first is we'll make this into the staircase that leads down like this. And then that'll lead into a room where we do a bit of platforming, and then that'll lead to the medium itself. And then that will currently just do this stuff as it does before. So yeah, for now, let's just have it do something like this. And someday I'll even make this do its thing. Where do we have this do that? Okay. That's good enough for now. And then for now, you know what? Ta-da! It aligns perfectly. I need these. I know what to do. I'm going to change the display of these arrows so that they're, like, big. So yeah, every room should have a gigantic arrow. I'm losing the plot now. Oh, I see. There we go. Okay. So now what I can do is I can display all of these as single arrow. There we go. So now it's easier to select all of them. I kind of want to do, like... Huh? What did I do? Hang on. What did I move this by? 30. Negative. So that means this should line up perfectly. Okay. And then for now, our cool little secret passage is going to be over here. Look at this. There's going to be a secret door. Cool. Let's do like 8 here. I just realized I have no idea how to actually, like, make these even without making a huge disaster everywhere. I mean, I suppose the big thing I could do first of all, dissolve all these edges. I think just move this 30 more meters. And that way, we'll have some space here. Yeah, look at how much easier this makes my life. And I think what I'm going to do is... this. So basically, all of these sections will be flat, because these will lead into our little, like, necropoli rooms. Ta-da! And then I think the best way to go about this is just that. In fact, then we would just delete all of these. How does that feel? Okay, so this now lets us get a new room in here. So we're gonna have this be like a secret passage room. And for now, these won't have anything like interesting at any sides. Passage collision. I suppose I don't need to do anything too fancy yet, because a lot... Well, how much of this is going to be placeholder? That's a question that I don't really know the answer to. Because, you know, some of this, it feels pretty obvious. Like, this tunnel is going to be reworked, because it's going to do a whole different thing. Okay. So now we have the ability to explore the ruins. I guess let's go back to our room. So we need to recompute room colliders? And that didn't work? Oh, because we need to recompute the nav mesh. In fact, to prevent confusion to myself, should I probably... Well, actually, what if I just have it so that I can recompute the navigation? I'll figure it out someday. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so presumably there's a collision here. Okay, good. This seems to make sense. I think the big thing, though, is I want the room to not extend above the ground. So we'd actually want it to do this, and then this would do that. And this is like a... Admittedly, now we're kind of getting into like rather clunky things. Issues with my system, where like these automatic collider generator things are going to be like more of a burden. Because yeah, I want it to be that I can tell when the player has entered this secret passageway. But I want it to still use this automatic generator. But that means that, like, now it's too tall. It needs to go down to here. And likewise, when we actually enter the ruins, I think what I'm going to have here is just split this section of the ruins into its own thing. Wait, why is this still, like, attached? Okay, it isn't attached. Oh, I see why. Because okay. Center of mass. So change the origin of this thing to there. Change the origin of this thing to there. Origin of that thing to there. And then we do... This is going to be like a... Entry. Hall. Room. And so basically this means that now I can tell the difference between like being near the entry, and this will not count as being inside the ruins. I should have put that somewhere where I could actually like get it, but oh well. Actually, I have a better idea. Just attach it to this thing. So yeah, now this whole part counts as the top side. This thing has that. This thing has this. So yeah, now we can consider this hallway officially part of the ruins because it doesn't stick out above the ground. And for now, boom. Is that the material that I'm using? No, I'm using concrete for everything else. Well, why am I using concrete? The Sirty material is better. Oh well. Because yeah, we actually have to be able to tell concrete apart from Sirty. Oh wait, no. Then we need to have... For now, I'm just going to do, actually, copper. Now these materials are going to be more like the corroded copper than before. Because, yeah, the white metal just doesn't look very good. If we go to, like, Test World. The very ancient ruins, historically, have had this white material with a purple accent. And it just doesn't look like anything. It just doesn't look very interesting. See, I'm going to use, like, the corroded copper look. It's funny, I've always had, like, two different styles of ruins, and now I've just, like, swapped which style is which. But okay, make this do something as well, like concrete. It's not what I want. This is what I want. Boom. Perfect. Okay, so now we can go back and recompute the stuff. I should probably put all this stuff in like a... Where do I put this? I guess I'll keep it as it is. But okay, now my hope is that the box collision for this... Good. It does not extend. Now it only extends this far. Good. And that means that now I can make this into a visit area. Because I think I did that with most of these. Wait, what the heck is this? I'll keep this as it is. Okay, but now this has to be somewhere else. I don't... Wait, hang on. Oh, okay. I'm going to call this the exit area. So yeah, we'll just cover both exits. Well, actually, we kind of shouldn't cover both exits because you can't get out this way. Yeah, this is something we're now need to figure out in the future, like how to mark where the player has exited an area. And not just an area, a zone, because we could consider all of these things to be one zone. And so we need to make a state where the player isn't in any of these. And then it's like, okay, you've gotten out. So that way if the player accidentally like no clips through a wall and they wind up just like outside, the game is like, okay, that counts. Rather than you having to walk to this exact point and then the game is like, okay, now you've exited. But for now, that's fine. Okay, so now what I want is another stage of the quest, which is if we have been in, let's go back to Hall 1. So some of these must have, probably the medium has a visit area. Yeah. Opulent, medium, medium. And that does 7 and 2. And I think all of these... Okay, all of these collisions are set up correctly by default. So that means that I can just add a visit area here. So this is going to be opulent, medium, secret, passage. And that means, let's go to the opulent medium. So my next stage that I want here is we need to get into the ruin. So let's say 1.5 stage new. This is going to be opulent medium secret passage. Or no, this is going to be actually stat. Because this is basically, has the player ever seen this secret passage before? And if we have, we've found a secret passage. Or we've got a secret passage. We have a secret passage. Nah. We have a secret passage into the ruins. But then what we do is opulent, medium. I think we can just say Razia follow here. Because I think if we don't do that, then Razia, I don't think will follow us again. Yeah. It doesn't hurt to be redundant. Okay, so now what we can do is opulent, medium, 1.5. So let's say, I don't know how to get into the ruins. Otherwise, let's say, like, not discussed. What should it be? Secret. Oh, wait, no. Not, game. Not state get stat. Razia discussed medium. Medium. Passage. Okay. And then otherwise, let's find the medium. Okay, so let's see if this works. Oh wait, I think I have to delete the save again. Okay. So... so I don't know how to get into the ruins. Let's say I found this. Nothing at the moment. What the heck happened there? That's it for now. So we should have this now. Save. Oh, wait, hang on. Save load state data. Okay, so active quests visited. Opulent medium secret passage. Okay, so we have that. So we should have quest as well in here somewhere. Opulent medium intro quest 15. Okay, so opulent medium /15. Wait, what the heck is this? Oh, okay. My Neo quest was not quite correct because this ID... Oh, because we have add note here as a thing. Because I already knew that that was a thing that I should have had. Okay. I was one step ahead of myself, and then I put myself one step behind myself. Okay, but that wasn't really the issue. It seems like the issue was, for some reason, opulent quest, or this 15 did not seem to activate. Oh, probably because we aren't in the area, I just realized. Because, there's like a... Yeah. This is the area that was currently mapped to the whole quest, so let's just do that. Okay. That was the issue. So yeah, eventually I need some way of handling that, where the player's leaving the chunk that Razia wants to be in. Oh, right. Hang on, I'm gonna do... You want... help. So what the heck is this? Do you want any help looking? These little or that breaker function basically lets me do, if we reload the dialogue. These little arrows. So this means, like, the player should hopefully be able to pick up, like, the little arrow here means this is just going to advance to the next stage of dialogue. Okay, now if we come down into here, found a secret passage. Okay, good. So now we're in here, and then we can have, like, different discussions. Oh, wait, hang on. Oh, because we're not actually adding the stat. Disgust, yeah. We can actually just do once here. Yeah, so now it does that. And now I also want to fix my reflection probe. Look at how sad it is. It's not even going the correct way. There we go. Okay. Okay. And I should also start thinking more about what would these ruins look like on the inside, because they would be much less corroded. And they wouldn't have sand on the ground, obviously. Hopefully Razia does not fall and die. Okay, and now we can actually get up into here, and I can figure out eventually how to, like, structure this to make it look good. But for now, what I'll do instead is we'll just exit the normal way. There you are. Alright, that was a pretty weird thing that happened for no reason. Oh, I see, and I think the shadows got worse because there's now more stuff in here, and it's going over a larger distance. Because, yeah, the shadows are basically like anything that casts shadows or receives anything that casts shadows affects the depth of the, like, directional light shadow rendering. Oh, wait, Karamov is stuck. He's trapped. Poor Karamov. Where's his stuff? There you are. My friend. Get out here. Well, I almost got him. But okay. So that now gives us a little bit more stuff. And I think now my major question is, I think I should start making platforming segments. That would make sense to me, but I don't know where exactly they would be. Because in my concept art, I basically have... Hang on. I basically have, like, a pit here, and then you go down. But that's kind of stupid. Especially because I want to have more ruins that are, like, clear where, yeah, I want to have what I called the stripped ruins. So I think what I could do... Alright, that's not what I need. Medium point. We'd have it go this way, and we can have, like, a mountain. And so we actually wind up higher than we were before. And so that way there's some reason that the player would need to do some platforming, rather than, like, they dug a big hole for no reason. Because, yeah, basically, I want the player to get familiar with basic concepts of the level, which are going to be the timed switches, and, other things. How did I do the necropolis? I think I just had a lot of big drops. Because, yeah, basically the surface is right about here. So, yeah, okay, so we do have some downward tunnels that go a lot further deep, or down. And then how do we... I think... Okay, and most of our platforming is side to side. I think what I would want is a locked door, and then perhaps some sort of... Okay. Maybe there is a bridge here to the ossuary, and it's locked. And so you have to jump down into the chasm, which doesn't exist because they, like, stripped away everything else. It just exists because that was a natural formation. And that would mean that now the player has a reason to start going up. And there's some interesting stuff there. In fact, what if I just... Ooh, hang on. Interesting notion. It's not that there's a... It's that this is the medium. This is a bridge to the medium. Or, hang on. Let's delete a bunch of garbage here. We need our blue. There we go. So we have a bridge. And this will be the medium. And then there's like more ruins and stuff. Or this is like, you know, the top of the chasm or something. Natural chasm. And so what I think happens is you have to come down into here in order to get into the medium. And this whole room is filled with bones. There's like 1 million people down here. And so basically we would have like a... Let's say like that. This does mean that now there's going to be one room inside of another room, which I guess I'm fine with. I don't know how that's actually going to be implemented, but I don't know how a lot of stuff in this is going to be implemented. Okay, but now basically we would have... this. Let's add one of these. Okay, so this is going to be ossuary room. Smooth. Shade smooth. Solidify this. Okay. Oh wait, we need this thing, this whole thing. Like that. There we go. And this is now going to be cave collision. So now it's going to be like this. And eventually I'll even make it look good. But for now, it'll be fine to do this. Because yeah, we'll have a bridge that goes to here. And then this thing is just like mysteriously suspended. And then the actual way forward is we have to go down here and then like explore some ruins and then come up into here from a different angle. So it'd be like, hide that. We'd have that come out this way. That seems fine. In fact, we'd probably have, just for symmetry's sake... Well, it doesn't matter yet. None of this is actually, like, the final version of anything. Alright, hide that for now. Okay. So I think I might even want the player to get the time gun before they get to the inside of the opulent medium. I'm not sure exactly. Or maybe just familiar with the time-slowing machines. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Okay, and also we need to go to vertex paints. Isn't this supposed to be... How do I make this black? Isn't there like a shift... I thought... I could have sworn it was shift K. Can I fill? Vertex color? Set vertex... Control X. Why would that be it? Okay, whatever. Now we have a way in, a way out. And I'm going to mark sharp there. Oh yeah, for my Fallout 4 video, I wound up watching Blade Runner, because I'd never actually seen it before. And that was fun. As it turns out, it's a good movie. Who knew? Who could have foreseen this? For now, Wait, why is this not working? Okay. I was like double tapping G, which is supposed to let me like move the thing anywhere at any time. But like, what? Oh, what? Why am I selecting those? Gross. Yeah, it's also supposed to let me go this way, but it just doesn't. Well, whatever. All of my tools just change constantly for no reason, and like no benefit to myself. But okay. Now what I'm going to have is here. I guess I could have this come out. No, that's not quite what I want. Ooh, yeah. Actually, this is another thing where now I need the box that this medium is contained within to actually not be... For it to be smaller. Like, I need walls around it or something. I'm going to put this there. Center. Yeah, so I'll probably just need to make a rectangular collision shape inside of it or something. Or like maybe... I have a good idea. Have a... shape here. This is going to be like medium interior area. Oh, wait. I messed that up. Because I needed that. Okay. Like that. There we go. And for now, I don't even need to do anything, like, interesting with this. I can just, like... I don't know. Dissolve these edges. Dissolve those edges. Yeah, good enough. Because, yeah, now I'll have this be our internal convex collider. And so it's only when you get past this door. That'll be door, S-body. And then we should have a bridge. And for now, Might come as a shock. I'm just going to make a real simple bridge. And I think what I could do as well, I don't know how much of this is ever going to be seen by a player, but if it is, I would like it to be obvious to the player that the bridge isn't quite complete, or like the bridge is slightly broken. And so that way they look down, and then they're like, oh wait, there's a whole like platforming segment down there. And then I'm going to have this, probably, yeah, that's good enough. Extend into here. And actually, this does not need our solidify, obviously. Okay. So this is now bridge, collision, attach it to the cave. And yeah, so this whole room will be filled with bones. From floor to ceiling, I think. Actually, that might not work because the opulent medium was supposed to be really big and like shifting around. No, okay, so this won't work. But I'll keep it as it is for now because I can't be bothered to change it. And for now, I'm also just going to put a little simple like gap right here. And then I'm going to go back to Godot and use CSGs to, like, figure out what I want for this platforming segment here. Because we're just going to jump through here. Probably not die. We'll say that that's the area where you die. Okay. So now, does our reflection probe go all the way down? Now it does. But this thing needs now terrain. There we go. So now it's all nicely terrained on the inside. And then, ah, well. Clear all that. I don't care. Okay. So everything should have their beautiful little boxes. And then what we have in here is an area. There should be an area in here somewhere. Medium room. There should be... oh, medium room area. Okay. Interesting that I thought I could have sworn I had area as a thing. So if N is mesh instance 3D, I'm just going to do that then by just doing area 3D. Insert body. Collision object 3D. Okay. Try that again. Okay, so now we should have a new area called, oh, we don't have a new area called. I could have sworn... So... Match and remove M insert area 3D new. So body, add child S. Hang on. Let's just call this medium interior area. Oh, okay, okay, I see. I see what it is. It's because it just should be visible then. In fact, we should probably replace it then. Because don't I have a function called, like, replace? Oh, I think it's in my other one. Because, Kitty found a camera, and At the Ends of Eras have different importers. Even though they're called the same thing. So I think I must have added things in there that I haven't updated here. Because, yeah, that one's now much more sophisticated. Okay, well, I'll just call it this, and then I'm just going to do m.hide. Okay, because, yeah, this thing is now what we actually want here. No, we do layer 7 mask 2. Because now this is the one that we're going to use for actually visiting this area. Move that. Basically that. And hopefully that survives across different imports. So if I did, for example, like, you know, move this in a smidge more or something like that. Let's hope that the script actually still is preserved. Okay, good. So now we have this, which is actually for, like, determining if the player is within this zone, but then we have the actual, like, proper, this area, which determines, oh, I see. This area, which determines if the player is actually within the zone. It's going to be annoying to not have the, I know what to do. Layers equals 0. So to do replace or remove mesh entirely, but I'm lazy and don't want to do it. Basically, that means that now we can still see the collision shape, but there's no mesh that's visible. Okay. And so that means that I want a new stage where we get into the ossuary. Oh, good. And it seems like it actually does follow the rotation of... Is that intentional? Hang on. When did this get rotated, anyway? I see, okay. And that hopefully doesn't mess up our bounding box. But okay, for this one we can have just a regular visit area, though. Because this is going to be opulent medium ossuary. Because now we're going to have, if we get into the medium immediately, or we're going to have this ossuary 1.8 new. We've discovered some sort of opulent, or no. We've entered the ossuary. Wait, hang on. I need my nice quotes. Okay. And this one, we'd have opulent medium, medium, and then Razia would follow us yet again. Okay, we need some way. It's blocked. Okay, so that means that now we need violent, medium, 1-8. Once Razia, disgust, medium, ossuary. Actually, let's just say ossuary. What in God's name is this place? See, is this how to spell ossuary? I thought it was. Maybe it's 1S. No, it's 2 S's. An ossuary is a box of bones. Okay. Where the Surdy kept their dead. And actually, let's just have a not state get stats. No, actually, we can have that for just this, of like, in God's name is this place. How do we get to the medium from... So we need to get... Or where's the medium from here? And then we'll do journal, note, 30, ossuary, In an enormous ossuary. A cavern filled with bones. Okay, and that'll be Sirdi. So where's the medium from here? So the medium should be in that room at the top of the ossuary. But the door is locked. There's a side passage which hopefully leads into it. So you hope, and then otherwise, fair enough. Well, nobody... Or let's say, well, people are mostly interested in stripping out the metal and anything that's valuable. They don't go deeper than they need to. Okay. Actually, let's say we've entered an enormous cavern of bones. If state get stat, no, save load get stat 30 ossuary. We've entered the ossuary. Say that the door to the medium is blocked. Else, Return. Oh, wait, hang on. Let's see. Okay. Oh yeah, now we need to start the game again. Okay. You notice a woman with a strange wide-brimmed hat, blah blah blah. Alright. Advance the video game. Give me your video game content, please. Great. Let's make sure everything works, so we come down into here. Let's find the medium. Okay, let's get our way to the ossuary. Which I'm still not sure if I'm pronouncing correctly. It feels like one of those words where you'd pronounce it ossuary. Why is there light? There's no light in here, Razia. They're doing it wrong. The shadows are incorrect. What in God's name is this place? The ossuary. It's where the dead kept, or where the city kept their dead. The medium should be in the room at the top, but the door is locked. There's a side passage that I'm hoping leads to it. You hope? Well, people are mostly interested in stripping the metal and anything valuable from the ruins. They don't go any deeper than they need to. Okay. So now what we need to do is, where's the medium from here? Okay. I'll need some more dialogue eventually, but that's fine. Why is this room so dark? Anyway. Because isn't it supposed to be still, like, perfectly visible? Oh, I guess because... Okay, fair enough. There's no light in here. We could have an omni light. And just make a big ol' light that's, like, very faintly, like, glowing. That's what I imagine, actually. What if we have it below this? Then we have, like that. Feels like this isn't really... I know what I need to do. We need to have the attenuation changed. So it's like that, maybe. And then we need to change the... just make this light fainter. Because I want it to basically just be, like, a little bit of shape and contour to the world here. So yeah, now at the very least we can, like, see the walls and everything. Yeah, I think the shadows don't work very well in here. And also, hang on, I'm gonna start adding the collision shapes for the camera. Isn't that 9? Yeah. Because now the actual, like, now the camera won't clip through the terrain. Oh yeah, we need to stay up there, though. Okay. Close that. So let's add a death plane. Hopefully these still work. Skeleton blah blah blah, that's nonsense. Why is any of that here? None of that makes any sense. But okay, the way that this death plane works is if you hit the plane, you die. However, I've also got to be careful because They should be... Why is it not like... The scale should be getting bigger. Hang on. Transform. Don't lock these. Have this be like 100. No, that's not what I wanted. There we go. That's what I wanted. Yeah, the shader for that is still wrong, though. For some reason, they just keep changing how the depth buffer works. Because if we go into this thing, it's supposed to just get the depth. And I swear it worked like it worked in Godot like 4.4, but now in Godot 4.5 it doesn't work anymore. Whatever. I'll just ignore it for now. In fact, for now, what we should probably have is just like this. Or let's have like main spatial. And then don't we have a debug black? Oh, we already have that. Okay, perfect. So now I have a perfectly dark and spooky thing that should eventually work. And eventually I'll make it like actually do things. And now let's add like a CSG box. Yeah, I don't think this would be the right way to go about this, but oh well. What I'd probably want is like actual like platforming to get down into here that makes sense. In fact, I have a great idea for how to do that. Simply get some platforms like this, so that way there's like, you know, observation decks in the ossuary. In places that kind of make sense. And then the player can like look at those and go, aha, stairway just for me. And it'll be like a one-way ticket to this area. Which will be very fun for the player, because then they can be like, wait, did Razia just like get me trapped in like the bottom of a chasm and now we can't leave unless we actually find out, you know, unless we do her video game content? Hang on. There we go. Okay. Wait, interesting that it actually saved me up here. Wait, how... I don't know how that worked. But okay. Yeah, our shadows are no longer working at all. I know what it is. I know what it is. There's a thing that it does called pancaking. Wait, do we have a directional light in here, or is it the world environment? Okay, this thing, pancake size. 0 turns off pancaking, so why is it not working? I guess I'll just do 1024 for now. Hang on. Yeah, now we can actually start making rooms that are, like, blowed up. And I think for now, the way that I'll set it up in Blender is just have a big cube. And so this is going to be, call this, like, stripped ruins dot room? Let's call it stripped rooms 1, though. So what's the rotation of this thing? 171. Oh, I see. Let's do that, though. But okay, so now our cool ruins are going to go into here. And yeah, for now, I'm just going to have... hang on, where's my modifier? Solidify. There we go. Okay, so this is going to be room 1, collision. And yeah, I'll just make the bridges and stuff work. Okay. And then I'll just make another one of these. Actually. Okay. That's our cool platforming segment for now. Actually, hang on. There we go. Okay, and what's this called? This should be Stripped Ruins 2. Okay. And let's make sure that these are, like, bound in ways that make sense. Because, yeah, now this will be a test of, like, if the, our areas for bounding boxes actually, like, follow the rotation properly. No, they don't. See, it should be like... okay, yeah. Because now what it's doing is it's an axis-aligned bounding box that's supposed to be like this, basically. But it's, transformed. Hang on. Ooh. For now, I won't bother. I won't, like, lose sleep over this. Let's have both of these be visit areas. And these are both going to be called, Opulent Medium Stripped Ruins. And that means we might need to move this one. Okay. Okay, so we've entered the ossuary, so now let's say we found some sort of side passage. The ruins are stripped away. I've deteriorated here. This would be completion, visit. So this one's going to be stripped ruins. And then we're going to have completion visit medium. And Razia will also yet again follow us. And then what I want here is, let's just have it for now be like, this is what I was talking about. The ruins are all destroyed. Scavengers feels like a very video game term. Looters, I guess, would be the more like real world term. Ooh. Okay, there we are. Razi is not handling the cave air too well, but that's fine. So now we need to go yet again to our main area. Eventually. I need to, like... I wish it wouldn't, like, constantly open all of these. Hang on. Can I just expand collapse all? There we go. Because what I want is to make sure that this shape... Yes. That's what I needed. And then we go to the reflection probe and we have that set up properly. Beautiful. So now we just need a little bridge. Hop, skip, and a jump. This is what I was talking about. The ruins are all destroyed by looters. Yeah, so now we can have these, like, as our little platforming segments. So let's get them doing, like, stuff. Wait, no, this is now copper ruins. Then we'd have, 9 there. Actually, have I properly recomputed my room colliders? They're probably fine. But yeah. They aren't quite right. Sad to say. Oh well. Because yeah, now we don't need axis-aligned bounding boxes. Let's also get some, like, Omni lights in here. So yeah, this will help me kind of figure out what I also want for the lighting. Maybe purple. I guess that's okay. Oh wait, I just realized my lighting controller is gonna need, Ooh, hang on. Let's have an export var visible group string, and basically do, let's see, toggle for Ellen light nodes. We're going to do if visible get tree. Or let's do like if visible group get tree visible group. Right now. Call group visible group with hide, no, show if visible, else hide. There we go. So that will let me have a visibility group of like opulent, medium, lights. And then we could have an inverse group of like dark group. And these are lights that are enabled when it's visible, else show. There we go. This isn't going to work very well. I think basically because basically all of these rooms are going to be designed such that they can be loaded and unloaded independently. Or maybe just removed from the tree independently, because we're not going to have like RAM usage be the issue. It's just going to be I want the rendering and computing to be faster. And that'd be faster by just removing things from the tree. I'll figure it out later. I'll figure it out someday. But basically this means that every light should have... Yeah, why can't I select... Hang on. Did I set something with the lights? I don't get it. I don't get why... In Kitty Found a Camera, I can just select lights. I can just click on them and then I can view them. In At the Ends of Eras, I can't. Whatever. I needed to manage the groups anyway through the Manage Groups button. Yeah, why can't I... Whatever. I'll just go through each one individually. It's fine. I'm only a little mad. Okay. So now I need to start re-implementing some of the challenges that we have in the necropolis. So I should probably think about, like, what these are going to look like. Because, yeah, I think the very simplest challenge of a timed door where you just step on it, it runs the wire, it opens the door. That works perfectly fine. My big thing is I kind of want to make it easier to assign doors to these. Actually, how do these work? Indicator on toggled. Oh, wait, hang on. Have that just connected manually. So just like, okay. And also, let's get all of this stuff. Hang on. Okay. There we go. And that means, how do we actually connect these doors together? I think it's the wire has a door that it activates. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, and that does its thing, where it'll, like, go to there, come back. That's good. Okay, I guess that's fine. Because, yeah, I'll use my current doors as, like, placeholders. And also, I wish I could do, like, a full bright when I'm editing. I mean, I guess I can just temporarily hide the, reflection probe. Yeah, good enough. Okay, so where is our, like, door one? This one. Okay. I'm just going to teach the player all the things that I taught them in the original version of this, because it seemed to work pretty well when I had playtesters work on it. So yeah, now it's basically just more lore in here as well. Standing button. And then we're going to need this wire, I think, as a unique thing. Let's just save this branch as a scene. And that'll go to, like, entities control. And then we're going to have this resource local to scene. So every one of these will get a unique button. Let's see if that will work. And then we have no wire. We're going to have that be default. And hopefully that doesn't mess this up too bad. It did, but that's okay. Yeah, because this thing's not even going to be, like, implemented for very long. Which door do we actually need here anyway? Door 1001. Beautiful. And that's how doors work. And now what I can do is I can just add a wire. So how do I add... There we go. That's what I wanted. Ta-da! Oh wait, hang on. Oh, sorry. I didn't even check my chat. Let's see. Is it hard to make a quest system like this? It wasn't that difficult, but it did take me a while to figure out what exactly I needed. Because I've been working on the game for a while, but a lot of this dialogue a lot of the quest stuff is pretty new. Because yeah, I was using a much hokier system before. But yeah, once I'd actually, like, really thought through, like, okay, I need to be able to, like, just, you know, be able to tell what stage of a quest I'm in and be able to divide it up that way. That made it a lot easier to then just implement it. But I wonder if that was only possible because I'd spent so much time doing it. Or working without it. Yeah, now it's basically just kind of ripping off Bethesda's quest system. Let's make sure this still works. Boom. Beautiful. So now we have what would ostensibly be a mechanic in the video game. And so, what would I want in this room? Exactly, other than these scattered mechanics. I think I want these ruins to be pretty claustrophobic at first. The stripped ruins, so it'll feel like you don't get anything really big. Oh wait, hang on. Close that. Because the way that this necropolis is set up, there's these gigantic rooms at the very beginning. And I think what I want to do is have it instead start very constrained, and then you'd have like bigger and bigger structures as you get deeper in. Like this room would be quite cool later on. Of just like, there's a massive chasm and there's a room over there, so it's clear the structure keeps going. I also need to figure out what exactly... Yeah, I think I know what this is. This is going to be some sort of maintenance area. Let's have that in my writing. So yeah, stripped ruins. So the stripped ruins are going to be some sort of tunnel / duct system. Falling platforms. Yeah, I guess let's just kind of wing it then. So I liked... Let's review what this does. So it first does a button. Then it does a button where you have to actually run to get to it. And then it introduces a fan. And then it introduces falling platforms. And then it introduces 2 branching paths. Button triggering multiple things. And then a button plus falling platforms. And then we get into the time stop room, which I think I could do a little bit more without time stop burst. So I think that'll be our first major diversion from how this is structured currently. And also, just for simplicity, I'm also going to remove the walls here. So that way I can like extend this outward however I see fit. Because yeah, these walls are very much a suggestion at the moment. So are these actually... Wait, hang on. Are these not in this... Okay, these aren't in the stripped ruins, though. Alright, because I forgot that they had, like, Wait, that's not what I want. Door 1. So if I hold shift... Is that... Okay, that's what puts this in here. Okay. So I think our next challenge will be... a door that's somewhere up here and you press the timed switch. So then we'd have just another standing button. And yeah, all of these will be like, as you can see, there's no actual like doorways here. Or like the doors don't actually block anything. But that's fine. I think this one would be like 4 seconds. Yeah, eventually the real challenge is going to be the fact that I want the switch. I want these to look completely different. Instead of being these wires that are like Bezier curves, I want them to be like along the wall and doing like cool material stuff. But oh well. Alright, these now work the way that I want them to. Yeah, cool. So is there... Why is this showing up constantly? I don't get it. Loaded on base object of type node. Save load. So let's do if not engine.get editor hint. Or is editor hint. Okay, let's add a CSG box. Actually, I have a good idea. Duplicate that. Boom. Perfect. And then what was the order that I wanted to introduce things in? I think a fan would be fun. I think that'd be okay. Okay, let's see if any of this works. And yeah, I'll need to give Razia some unique dialogue for all this stuff, but it'll also be fun to see how, or how she can keep up with the player. Okay, so we need, I'd say, this. Let's do it like that. So yeah, eventually I need to figure out why they have their doors structured in this way. Like, why would you have it so that one person stands on a button and then the other person goes through the door? And why would they all have different, like, time delays and things? Also, it would be much better if the player could see the door still. I think my first strategy was much better. Of, like... Yeah. Just having it so that you race toward it was a better idea. And I probably need a more generous interval. Or maybe a door that's too fast for the player initially. So that way they're like, okay, if I don't beat this, then I don't get in. And I need a door that's like so fast that they obviously can't do it. Oh wait, but then they'd ask like, why can't I make Razia stand on the button? I have many questions. Because yeah, I mean, all of these would be better if you just have Razia stand on it. Wait, hang on. I think we want this to be slightly lower still, because I want the player to see, or I want the player to be able to just jump to it. I mean, admittedly, again, if this isn't... I suppose, what is the goal of this? Like, designing the level like this before I've built the place and, like, the environment. I guess it's just to, like, have some idea of how I want this level to be structured. Because then we'll need to add more detail to, like, contextualize this. Yeah, because in this area, it makes more sense that all of these doors and things are, like, haphazard and stuff, because it's literally going to be partially destroyed. Just make this a bit easier. Yeah, so I think I will need to have it so that you can ask Razia to stand on the buttons for you. And that would be... That would be a good mechanic, actually, because this is meant to be beatable without Razia. But with her, it's significantly easier, but not entirely trivial. Or I guess not, boring. I have an idea. You could either let her go through first, and then you do the platforming like this, or she goes first, and you do the platforming. And that would also help prepare the player for the fact that, like, the way to get through the medium is one of you sits in the medium, and then the other one does stuff while the medium is, like, shifting around and activating. Okay. That's promising. But also, I'm gonna go into here, because I've decided to actually make this correct. Because if you remember, I said that, like, it's dumb to have the medium like this. Because, yeah, now the medium is where it's supposed to be. Which will be right there. And then we can have this bridge just extend out further. So yeah, now it'll go all the way out here, and then it'll be like, oh, dang, the dang medium is locked, or something. And then that would move this to this way. Yeah, good enough. Okay. Okay, and that means that this should no longer be part of this room. Hang on. That means that this should be part of this, I think. Like that. There we go. Yeah, okay, good enough for now. Because, yeah, like I said, this is like the vaguest of suggestions, so that way I just know what the structure of the level will be like. Oh. Okay, that's what I want. Basically, I think go up this fan, then crouch down to... I don't know what I'm doing, but that's okay. It feels like my inputs constantly get eaten a lot more than they used to. Like my, yeah, my high jump used to be a lot easier to activate. Or maybe I'm just, like, brain dead now. And I just forgot how to play my video game. But okay. I think what I want here is, do I want it to feel like dense like this? Because the downside of this is, then if I have falling platforms, you just fall down to there. And a lot of players wouldn't realize that they can just, respawn. Oh. Okay, there we go. Ah, well, I'm fine with that. That's a risk that I'm willing to take. Basically, introduce the falling platforms right above this room. I kind of think that's fun. And so we just have, like, a falling platform. There we go. Interesting that it did that. Okay. Yeah, and what I could do is I could just have a little, like, trigger zone here where it explains what respawning, or how to respawn. And I could also have a fountain right about here or something. Let's get my water. Wait, what? Non-uniformly scaled. Oh, I see. And that's probably because this isn't uniformly scaled? No, this is uniform. What? Just scale it uniformly. Let's make this unique. And let's change it into a cylinder shape. And let's try to fix my water, maybe? Because, yeah, there's so many things. Yeah, okay. It's the same thing with my depth texture. I did some... There's just something different about how it works now. Let's see what Godot 4 depth texture changed. Okay, so the depth texture value contains 0 to 1 in Godot due to 4 due to Vulkan. That messes things up. Okay. So basically, it's... Okay, I think what I can do is just do +1. No. Maybe just put it back, because I'm trying to figure out... It used to go... No. I don't understand anything. I think this is no longer... Okay. So that actually makes my death planes a lot easier to deal with. Because I thought there's some issue with, like... Okay. If we go into here, all I need to do is not do this anymore. Okay, perfect. So now if we go back to the opulent medium... So the reflection is still screwed up, but it's a little better. Oh yeah, I guess it's not quite right still. I don't get it. It's something to do with the world or like our transformed... What does this mean? What if we removed, like, random stuff? Huh. Maybe it's something to do with specularity? Do I care this much? Okay. It's because my specularity can't go above 32, I think. I forget why. But okay. That helps with that a bit. And then if we go down to here, we should now have that is dark, good, beautiful. Why is it so dark in here, though? Why is this cave so, like, pitch black? Doesn't make any sense. But okay, now hopefully that will work. And then let's go back to here. Let's just make this have a copper material. You know what? Same thing here. Except for the fan body. No, actually both of these will have copper corroded. Okay. Now it looks a little bit different, slightly. And that means that we can save, and that hopefully actually saves the game. Also, I'm going to exit. Let's try this again. Okay. So if I press the respawn button, okay, good. I'm actually saved there. So now I can just respawn. Boom. And Razia will also get through. I may want to figure out how to make Razia able to jump, but that would be so sophisticated and complicated that I don't want to do it. The same with making it so that she stands on buttons. Because I've been thinking over it, and the issues are, how does she know which button to stand on, for example? How do you signal to her to stand on a button? Do you, like, look at it? And then there's, like, a button prompt to tell Razia to do things? Is that a thing that I want to add to the game? Like, commands? Or would it be like she infers, because we're in this room, that she goes to that button? Once you've, like, agreed to stand on it with her. But if you are the one who stands on the buttons, and then how does she know how to get to the door? How does she platform to it? And then how do I make sure that, like, she doesn't accidentally... Or how do I make it so that that doesn't override her following behavior once you, like, have stood off the button? And, like, once she gets through the door, does she just wait for you? Yeah, too many things to question. I think it's better if she just doesn't think. She's just brainless little Razia, and we just do all the work ourselves. But maybe not. I'm not sure. But okay, what was the next thing? So now we have branching paths. I like that idea. So yeah, I want to bring back those two things here. So yeah, let's just copy and paste stuff from... Well, I know what to do. Necropolis. Wasn't it some sort of, like, inverted door? Where is it? You know what? Let's get our reflection probe here and also turn that off. Wait, that didn't help at all? What? Where's our lighting from? Okay, whatever. I'm too dumb to figure it out. Let's just go back to our multiple path room. Let's see what these doors look like. So these are glass doors. One of them needs to have... one of them was inverted. I forget how that was done. Is it in the wire? So, like, one of these has swapped signals or something? Oh, yeah, I have... Okay, yeah, I flipped. Okay. So, yeah, let's just have the same thing here. Door 1 glass. I don't know what's actually going to be on the other side of this, because now there's no longer, Oh, wait, hang on. Well, maybe I might have the collectibles still. Yeah, I'll have collectibles. Put a little bug. And then we'll put a switch or something. Hang on, what the heck is this? Just make it scaled uniformly. Wait, it is uniform. What the fuck? Who isn't uniformly scaled here? Is this thing not scaled? Who knows? But okay, I'm adding more buttons. And then let's just add some wires. Hopefully that's in the right place. Not quite. I want it to be a child of this thing. Okay, so this one just goes to door 2. This one goes to door 1. Door 2. Oh, wait. Yeah. Wait. Yes, that is correct. This one, though, I put the wrong place. Okay. These are supposed to have unique curves. Wait, these don't need to look like anything yet. They just need to actually, like, tell the player what's happening. Okay, so it was... This one is flipped. Yeah, the one that goes to the first wire is flipped. And it's gonna be... I'm just gonna copy the timings from this. So 3, 2, 2. Okay. Basically this wire. Okay. This one does that, and it'll be like this. Perfect. Okay. Let's see if any of this even works. Not quite. Why am I down here instead of up there? Okay. Open this door. Huh. That doesn't seem correct. Oh, wait, it does seem correct, because we have to roll... Okay. Wait. No, that doesn't feel right. That doesn't seem like the challenge that I intended. Because what you have to do now is you have to, like, immediately roll. Rousey, get the hell out of the way. That doesn't seem like the challenge that I set up before. Okay, yeah. It wasn't the challenge. I swapped these around. Because basically what I wanted was, you have to wait for one of the switches to close. Or you could do it with the way that I did it. But basically, this should work. This should make a bit more sense. Like, that closes, but then what you can do is open that. I think this should be faster. See, that closes, but then you can see that opens, that closes, then we do the same thing over here. So it's some sort of like hokey airlock. Okay. Goodbye, Razia. Yeah, having followers in a 3D platformer seems like it's going to be a lot of Razia falling and like mysteriously appearing behind us as if she's actually keeping up. Oh, also I should have player, or no, NPC nav. I don't want Razia to constantly, like, teleport behind us if we're in the air, so what I'm going to do is, teleport failsafe. No, let's do length is... Let's do length times equals... So, if final target is player body, if player... dot is grounded. Okay. Else 0.8. Let's do that. Okay. So basically what this is going to do now is if we jump and we're not on the ground, Razia should not aggressively follow us like that. Hang on. Why did that not work? Because I basically want it to just be... Okay. Actually, what is grounded? How does that implemented? So state is grounded, so data ground, sliding, rolling, roll, jump, climbing. No, that's... Okay, so this isn't quite what I want. I want it to be, like, proper grounded. I am doing well. How are you? Let's call it function proper. Or, okay. Oh, wait, we have is standing here as well. is let's just do return state.current equals state.ground. So basically we will check the full-on actual, like, if we go back to the NPC navigation, this is going to be in ground state. Okay. And this way, instead of checking for whether or not we're grounded, because that seems to have there's some logic to it that I've forgotten. I don't like that our position isn't being saved properly. I'm going to also do that as a bug. Seem to fall through the ground when loading the game. Because, yeah, we seem to be significantly lower than we're supposed to be. But okay. And now, if we actually go up to here, Razia will not be upset at us for climbing up here. She'll try to get closer, but she's okay with us being far away. Okay, so the next thing that I wanted to do was probably falling platforms with a switch, and I'm going to do that over this way. Okay. Wait, why am I copying them from over here? I can just do this now. So I think what I want is, like, go up 2 meters and then up 4 meters. There we go. Actually, we can have these kind of go in a spiral like this, because I want it to kind of... There we go, yeah. And then we'll have another CSG box. Okay. Let's see, if we were here to... Yeah, that seems good enough. Oh, wait. Okay, there. So that means in Blender, let's go back to, here. Actually, we can just, yeah, chop all of that off. 'Cause, yeah, we need, like, just the faintest suggestions of video game. Yeah, fair enough. Oh, I know. Door 1. And then I'm going to have a beautiful button. Actually, wait, can I put these... Put these under this. What? Why is everything all scaled? That's not scaled. These aren't scaled. Everything's screwed up. Society is falling apart. I'm just gonna have this go like that. Oh, right, but I can't have that there. Okay, make a node 3D, and then we're gonna reparent everything to that. So this is gonna be like challenge A or whatever. Okay, then we do a standing button. Huh? Oh, I see, okay. I was like, why isn't it aligned? Okay. And then we can add a wire. And let's add, I think, a control point somewhere in here, like that. Boom. Let's actually get our reflection probe again. Oh. So I think, what if we did environment? Okay, yeah, that's fine. Well, is that fine? I will do constant color, but I'll just make it a little bit brighter. And a little bit more purple. There we go. Good enough. Okay. And this one, I think this one should have like 6 seconds or 7. Okay. And that'll go to there. And then, now I can actually extend this out. So, you know, in reality, there would not be a door, or there'd not be a wall like there. It'd be like there. You know, to prevent ne'er-do-wells from cheating at my beautiful game. Boom. Okay. Yeah, that's fine for now. So yeah, why can I not save here? Where was I? Okay, that's fine. Ooh. Right, okay. I forgot that these don't actually stay for very long, so this would be quite difficult, actually. Yeah, okay. Let's make these a little bit lower then. I think maybe more like let's see if that works. Yeah, there's something horribly wrong with, my system. Because, yeah, I just plain fall through everything. It must be... Maybe the player needs to be spawned last. Wait, I can't jump 1 meter? No, that's not correct. No, because... Okay, I see. Okay, so that's just reminding the player how to jump. And do I like this more than the system than what I had before? I guess so. Okay. I think I'm fine with that. And then currently what happens next in the original necropolis is you then go to the time slowing machine. But I think that is not what we're going to do here. What we're going to do is maybe only have that after we visit the medium. That makes sense to me. Yeah. So yeah, let's do, do I even need anything here? I think what I'm going to do is have that, and then we're going to have this there. And then I'm going to try to figure out where I'm going to put stuff. I mean, I think for now what I can do is just that. Have the player, like, crawl up into something and, like, spit out. Or, yeah, like, get up into there, get on that stuff. Okay. Oh, wait. What did I just do? Why did I kill... Okay. Boom. There. So I'm just going to get all of these. Not that. There we go. Okay. Copper. There we go. Yeah, so I think my next challenge that I want to introduce is fans and buttons. So yeah, let's have like puzzles. Actually, I think this could be another non-linear area. Or like, you know, have more branching paths. So that way the player is also getting gradually, like, used to the mix of, like, there's a linear segment and then there's a non-linear segment where you choose whichever way you want to go. And you have to do, like, multiple things, or potentially do multiple things to activate a thing. Alright. And that lets us get up into here. And then our next challenge is to get all the way up to there. Poor Razia. She's not doing so well. It should probably, like, rotate her a random orientation behind the player. So that way she doesn't constantly, like, fall. Yeah, she needs a bit of work to figure herself out. I think what I might want is the ability to turn off fans. Ah, that would be good. Turn off a fan to get into something. And then have a button tied to a fan that turns off. Okay. And then also, yeah, okay. Those seem good. So now we go up into the next ruins. So this will be like challenge. Fan disable. And this could be a much more non-linear section as well, as I've alluded to in the past. Actually, let's just... is that somewhere? Oh, I see. Huh? Why is that up here? Oh, okay. And what I might have is basically... Actually, instead of having two different things here, I'm going to have a timed button tied to disabling a fan. I think the player will be able to figure out both of those at the same time, probably. Well... I don't know, it could be fun. Alright, let's have a bug here, though. Or maybe... Ow. Basically, I'm just going to add a D switch. I want the other D switch. Even though, now they're just, like, horribly mismatched, but that's okay. I'm going to have a wire... Oh, the wires don't actually operate on things that don't have toggle. Hang on. We need toggle. Hang on. I think doors and many other things need to have a common interface now. So yeah, what does the wire actually do with door? on toggled. So let's just have that. On toggled, yeah. Okay. We're gonna have toggled. And this is just gonna be a function. So entities control script toggled. Because yeah, I really want to use type hints for this. And this will just have extends node. We're just going to have a function toggle bool or active bool instance. It's false. Pass. You know, I'm going to call it an I toggle. And that way we will know definitively that it does that. And that way we can have, let's close that. That way the wire can now just do I toggle. And that means that I can have the fan as also an I toggle. And we just have function toggle a or active bool, or let's say a bool instant bool. There we go. So yeah, now I can disable and enable fans in both of those. And eventually I can set more things to work with this. Yeah, like an activator, all sorts of stuff, yeah. I'll eventually do all that stuff. Yeah, for now what I'm going to do, I'm first going to add a wire that actually doesn't do anything. Well, actually, you know what? I'll just have it so that the wire connects to the switch. And then if we have standing button. So what does a standing button do? Does this have a wire as a child? No, we should... Oh, wait, no, that's fine. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Basically, what the wire does is it gets its parent... Okay. I see. And that gets that because... trigger area... Let's see, what are you doing now? Sign up for a programming course. What do you think? Let's see. Oh wait, let's see. Go to a headache and some internet problem. Currently I'm building a level for my other game. I guess just remaking some challenges. Let's have this there, this here, get parent deactivated. Oh, I see what I need. I need to do this. Boom. Okay. So that means that switches should also have the function. Let's go to a switch. So these should, okay, these have activated and deactivated. And so that means wires will also work with switches. And so that means that I can actually just connect this to this, like that. There we are. There we go. And we're going to have that. Yeah, that's fine. Let's have this be a fan. You know, I'm actually going to move the... No, I'm not going to move the fan. Yeah, this is a 3D platformer called At the Ends of Eras. Let's see if my things work now. Oh wait, I also need this to be flipped. Hang on. Go here. No, the wire needs to be flipped. There we go. So now we have that. Oh, I fell. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, right now I'm sort of constructing the skeleton of the level. I've done this a few times for this level, but I like to rethink the structure of it. Okay, so now we can turn this off. Well, the sound's supposed to be off. Yeah, and we can see the fan pushes us. I'm going to make it so the fan doesn't push us so much. Probably 8 as the range. And also I'm just going to put a... Thanks. Let's see, Fountain A. And this will let me actually properly save here. Okay. Oh, wrong button. Okay. See, eventually I'll need the particles back so that way you can tell how far the fan can affect you. Huh. Oh, I see. I don't get it. It was something about the volume of the fan or something. Ah, well. But okay, now we can get into here, we can press a switch, and then we can, like, reactivate this thing. That's fun, I like that. And that means that we can have similar things. I like that. Okay. And actually, now that I'm thinking about it, what if I had it so that this comes down? I'm going to do a subtraction here. So you can get two things going up or down. And actually then that means I'm going to not flip that. Oh wait, and that means in here, get a little collectible. You need a little bug. Boom. Is the fan just an area where your coordinates get a bump into the pointed direction? Yep, basically. Your velocity gets slid as well, so that way you can't... Like, it's physically impossible for you to actually get inside the area of the fan. Which is a little contrived, but I figured it'd be good enough. Ouch. There was like a weird visual effect there. Did anyone else see that? Oh, I see. My, the fan sound effects are different now, because they're not parallel anymore. Okay, hang on. I need to go to that. It's probably some sort of tween thing. Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's because these should all be set parallel through. And then that means, so... Is there anything else that I need to do here? I guess that's all I need to do. You actually can... Well, you can collide with the blades if you have slow motion. Because there's the ability to slow down time, and then the fans will actually do damage to you. Okay, there we go. The tween is basically just... Oh, wait, hang on. I just realized this still damages you if you're... Yeah, basically, I had it pitched down, but they changed how tweens work between Godot 3 and 4. So yeah, this hurt time box... Let's see, so we need this to be disabled when the fan is disabled. So we're gonna have on ready var hurt box 2 as just a that one, because this one also needs to be disabled. Yeah, it is kind of a cute name. It's basically a common name for just a box that hurts you. Though sometimes people use it the opposite way, where if you get hit in your hurt box, that's what hurts you. Like if you got like a shooter game where it's the chest or something. Yeah. But okay, now we have active. Yeah, hitbox. It is funny, they're kind of ambiguous. Because you can very easily imagine both hitbox and hurtbox meaning the same thing, or the opposite thing, in either direction. Okay, and now we don't get hit by the fan at all. Though actually, I think it'd be fair if when it's stopped, you actually collide with it. How do I want to do that? I kind of want basically a kinematic body, no, a animatable body 3D. And this would be let's call this blades inactive. And basically I'll just disable this, or enable this when the blades are oh wait, no. These aren't the blades, these are the blades. Yeah. Let's say that's good enough for ground, I'd say. And then let's add another shape, and this will just be a little cylinder. for the actual, like, core thing here. Okay. And basically this will be active when that other stuff is active. Blades inactive. So a video about creating a website. It seemed like you need 3 programming languages. It looks pretty easy once you know the basics. You just need to know how to integrate everything. Yeah, a simple website's pretty easy to set up. See, it isn't too hard. It's fun. Let's see, so this thing... Oh, okay, that's the windbox shape. And I'm going to do blades inactive dot collision layer equals 1 or 0 if active else 1. There we go. And this way, I can also, like, do stuff with that. I'm not sure exactly. I guess I need to have this inactive by default. Or have the switch active by default? Trying to figure out how exactly this should be set up. Yeah. You know, I'll say the fan is off by default, and that'll make my life easier. But okay, so now you can, like, get up into a thing, and that should help you get up higher than you could normally. And then once you're up there, you can, like, do something or other. Let's get another box. So yeah, what are the other things that I want? So have a timed button that disables a fan. So I like having have a switch to toggle a fan. So how do you get your sprite art? Yep, I model most of it myself. Well, actually, basically everything. So yeah, do I have any icons here? Yeah, my little icons here, for example. And these are all made in Paint. Paint.net specifically is for a lot of the simple icons. But okay, so I think what I want is I want multiple switches to activate a door. I don't know why there'd be multiple switches to activate a door. But that's what I'll do. To have door glass, or door 1 glass. Yeah, because I also wanted to I want to figure out if there's any sort of narrative, like interesting narrative context I can create with it. See, I'm actually going to delete this a little bit. I don't need this. I guess I can just move it down a little bit more. Because I do need it for, like, bounding box purposes. But okay. I'm gonna just do, like, 3 doors, I'd say. And then each one will have a wire leading to it. That'll be fun. Okay. Let's see. A platformer with skillful movement as a priority, or more like a puzzle narrative game with additional platforming? I'd say more of a narrative game. I've been calling it a open world adventure game, specifically. Because basically, one of the main mechanics is the ability to use items in dialogue in order to, like, get new branches of dialogue. Though, admittedly, it's been a while since I've actually added one of those. Let's put this down where I want it to go. Right there, abouts. Actually, I just had a brilliant idea. Perfect. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, the plot of the game is pretty much done. Or it's been done for a while, but I haven't actually put a lot of the details into it yet. So yeah, like, this place is eventually going to be an ossuary, which is basically just a storage room for bones, remains of people. And they have, like, basically, like, coffins in these rooms for people to decay, and then they would have put them in here. So there's a lot of, like, specific, I guess just places have specific intentions behind them. But then I want to also add a bunch of platforming stuff, so I have to figure out how to make that work with it. Okay, so what is this? That's door 1. There. This will also have like a 1-second activation or something. And actually, this should be persistent. Let's see, how long have I worked on this? A little... almost 4 years, actually. Because, yeah, I've started over, kind of, a few times. Yeah, I did take, like, a 6-month break from my other game. Because, yeah, right now I'm doing this just once a week. Let's see... what else do I want? So yeah, switch to toggle a fan, a timed button to disable a fan, a timed button to get up with a fan, and basically that would be getting into a door. Yeah, okay, I see what that would be. Yeah, it helps a lot that I've been streaming it. Because that gives me, like, a very consistent time, and then also people who want the game to be done. Let me move this a little bit. Right there. Because I think what I'll do with this one is... let's see. I think that could be fun. Yeah, because admittedly, it does mean that I don't work on the game off stream, because I just don't feel the motivation to do it. Especially for this game, I always feel like guilty if I do work off stream. It can be, I guess it can be nice though to have like, this is the time where I do the work on stream, and this is the time where I'm not working. And then you don't feel guilty about like, you know, not working on it constantly. Yeah, there's a few regulars. Because it's not a big stream audience. Because I have like 200 or some odd followers, but I typically only get a handful of viewers at any time. Oh wait, this should be here. And then I want, wait, what is this from? Can I actually click this ever? There we go. I need this to be in this challenge. There we go. Then we need a door 1. Let's do, yeah, about there. Good enough for the placeholder stuff. So I think what I'll do is I'll have a little stairway that goes up to a higher platform. Have to go, getting up early tomorrow? Thanks for stopping by. Alright. Oh, wait. I see this. There we go. Right, there's the issue of the fact that, like, these get moved when I push this in and out. So it kind of messes up the other things. Ah, well. So what I want here... Oh wait, no, I don't want this here. I want a fan here. Have to go to bed now? Well, thank you as well for stopping by. Because yeah, I'll also be streaming my other game most days of the week. And then this is every Sunday. I stream at the Ends of Eras. Yeah, good enough. Okay, so this standing button leads to a wire. Well, thank you. And this wire should be flipped. And then what we can do... Oh, wait, what if I had 2? And then you have to wait for one of them to reactivate. That would be fun. Let's do that. And then we can have this go up a little bit. Because we'll have this peek through like that. And then this fan will be like effective range of like 4. And this will not flip because this will actually activate this fan. I like these wires. I might actually have wires now that I think about it, because there are places where, like, having... I'll have to figure out how I want to do the aesthetics here. Because, yeah, I think a path is very useful for drawing these. Because otherwise it'd be a nightmare. And it's very intuitive that, like, yeah, these wires connect to things. And if I actually, like, put some effort into laying them out, they actually look kind of nice. But okay, so this will go to fan 2. And this will go to fan 1. And then the way that this works is this one, we need to actually have, that'd be like 3 maybe, and this can be like 5 maybe. Let's see if that works. And also, I'm going to stand my desk up. Okay, so the player will hopefully see that this fan is now active. Okay, and that leads us up here, and then when you come back down, we need some ability to turn this fan back off again. And that would be probably just another switch with a wire. That seems fair. We'll just add a little wire here. Okay. And then let's also connect this to fan 1. That. Oh wait, and this needs to be flipped as well. Huh. I was kind of in the right place, but now I'm back here. It must be something to do... I think it is something to do with CSG boxes don't quite work how they should. But okay, now if I do this... Okay. And then eventually there'd be like walls dividing these so you can't actually just climb across them, but for now it'll be... I know what it could be. It could be glass. So yeah, let's just add another, remove all this. Let's get transparent. There we go. This one also has a D switch. With a wire. Okay. Boom. Oh. Oh, I see. That put me at the center of the world, I think, or something like that. Okay, and that can go straight to there. Actually, I'm going to move this to here. So that way we'll have them go from left to right, which doesn't really make sense. Well, I know how it would make sense. Move this one there. Click this one, move this one there. There we go. Okay. Because then we'll have the third one on this side. And that'll be how we unlock our final door. Downright video games, I fear. But okay, door 2. And then let's get our last thing in here, which would be, I don't know exactly. What was my third thing that I wanted to have here? A timed button to get up somewhere with a fan. Okay, that makes sense. Basically, instead of all this nonsense, we would just have another door, like, up somewhere. Let's just have, like, a challenge timed fan. Or challenge fan timed. Yeah, every time we, like, change a node or something, or rename a node, it's doing some nonsense. Let's change the material, or like this, to be like 0.003 or something. There we go. That's a little better. There we are. Yeah. Screen space refractions look perfectly fine here. And of course we would, just so that I can remember what the intention is here, I'll have this here as well. So it's like, oh, I can't get into there unless I do something else in here. I probably should have made this gray box a little bit better. Because, yeah, now it's very, like... I didn't put any consideration into the aesthetics of the shapes, just the, like, actual platforming in each individual room. Ah, well. I'll just move, like, I'll just basically make another shape in Blender, and then kind of adjust the positions of all this stuff gradually. Okay, I'm thinking, let's just add a CSG box. Yeah, why does this thing get why does that thing get so mad every single time? It's gonna have copper as its material. Probably that one's good enough. Yeah, this one can be quite simple because I'm just gonna do a door with a fan on top. Very ambitious. And that's just going to have another one of these buttons. Let's have like just some simple stuff. Alright, actually, I want a fan to blow me up to here, and then I jump up to here, and then I do, like, whatever I'm gonna do. Okay, fair enough. Is this thing correctly? No, it's not. Get that fan, get a wire. And I'm going to say probably like 5 seconds. Let's get a fan in here as well. Let me move this back a little bit. There we go. And this way, the player will be thoroughly tutorialized on the concept of fans and buttons and switches. Perfect. I don't even need this one, though. There we go. All right. Yeah, good enough. I gotta remember, this isn't actually gonna be, like, the final version of this, so I don't even need to really care. Alright, I'm gonna make this one go, like... So max rotation speed, imparted velocity. Let's say this is gonna be 15, but it's gonna only have 5 meters. Oh yeah, because I'm on this button. Okay. So hopefully this one works. Beautiful. And we can have that go a little bit faster. I'm going to say like 4. Okay. And then another standing button to exit. Let's have that go that way, this go this way. Assign that to our door. And then have our B switch A again. With a beautiful wire again. I'm just going to put this down with these ones. Okay. Oh. Okay, there we go. And there we go. So now we have all three of these working as they should. Okay, so let's see if I can actually activate all of these. I mean, also these switches are supposed to be persistent. So I guess they're not right now. Oh wait, look at that, free bug. It's kind of fun how many wires there are crisscrossing around. And then for now I can just do this. Because, you know, that's what that does. So I've engaged with the mechanics of the game, then boom. Beautiful. We can now go through all of these, except for this one doesn't actually do anything. Let's go and assign this door. There we go. Is Jackie getting tired? I think her eyes are getting red. Okay, yeah, she was just getting sleepy. Eventually I need to make the whole sleep system work better. I'm basically going to give the player the ability to use items in the scene, and then they'll just get like a sleeping bag or a cot or something like that. Okay, and now these are all updated, they all work. This is how video games were meant to be played. We could lower these doors slightly. I don't care. And then I think what I can do is just have a bunch of, like have kind of a set piece. Oh wait, you can get out of the fan? Wait, that's weird. Yeah, I did not intend for the player to be able to, like, do that. But I guess that's fine. Is that fine? That could soft lock them, I think. But it is kind of funny to have, like, a one-way door that just deals damage to you. But okay, I like that puzzle. What else do I want to do? I think, yeah, as I said, a set piece. I think it's going to be a lot of fans, just that you, like, go from one to the next. How do I want to do that? Because I would also parallel the section where you do that again with the time stop gun. Yeah. I guess I can do that. Actually, what did the necropolis do? What else? What other pieces do I want to get from here? Because, yeah, now we're not doing time stop stuff until much later. And so, are there other pieces of this puzzle that I'd want to get? Maybe the falling bridges. These could be... yeah. I'll spook the player with these, because they'll look like they're supposed to fall, but they won't. And yeah, eventually I need to bring back these save areas. Because before I had very frequent checkpoints, and now I don't. Yeah, I won't overthink it. For now, it's just going to be a bunch of fans in a pipe of some sort. And then, actually, maybe a bunch of fans, and then it goes to, like, one of those bridges. That'd be okay. Okay, so let's have a no 3D. This is going to be tube. Actually, let's actually do a proper CSG cylinder. I don't know, again, I don't really know why they would have a design like this, but oh well. Because it's cool. Oh wait, yeah, now I don't even need that. Like, this was nonsense. Maybe on this side I'll do it. And then let's have a CSG cylinder, subtraction. Oh, I just realized it could be very cool to have this go all the way down. Well, we probably need it to be a bit out of the way. I know what to do. This way. Yeah, okay. Because I want this, eventually what's going to happen is this whole tube is the tube that the player's going to go up. Because there's a set piece at the very end of the original necropolis where you just use your time stop ability, or time slowing ability, to go up a whole bunch of fans. Because when you slow down time, you can go through the fans safely. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have that here. And this is that fan. But because you don't have the time stop yet, it's completely impassable. And I think that means I should probably just... I keep flip-flopping on, like, deleting things. Just delete these faces for now. Ta-da! And that means this challenge tube should actually be completely independent of the initial thing, but oh well. For now, it's going to be there. All right. Oh wait, but if I do this, that means that the player could very easily get completely obliterated by the fans. Because, like, you know, when you have the time stop, it's designed to be able to fling you all the way up to the top. I guess I could just have the fans get stronger. It'd be kind of stupid, but I'd be fine with that. But okay, challenge tube. I'll figure out how I want to do that. Let's just have that go higher. Gonna have these go up to here. Oh wait, no. It needs to end right before that tube. Okay. So I'm thinking this is gonna be like imparted velocity of like 50. And then what I need is the ability for the player to not instantly die. So I think actually I could just have a grate to keep the player from dying. And then that grate is removed. Okay. Let's do animatable body 3D with a mesh instance and a shape. And yeah, what we're gonna do is not kill the player until much later. Okay, and then cylinder shape. Perfect. Okay, skeleton, no, we want probably like 4x4? No. 6x6. Good enough. No, 7x7. Okay. And I'm pretty sure I have... Okay, we need a transparent material. And then, grate. And then I'm going to do a 5x5. There we go. So this way the player won't die. And then when we actually deactivate the time stop, this can move out of the way, and then you have your cool set piece. And that'll be some way of letting us get out of here. Okay, and that's exactly the right speed, basically. Well, it'll be correct enough. Okay, now we can finally get into here. Why doesn't that work? That alert doesn't work. Yeah, this is supposed to be here. I think it's maybe opulent medium found, maybe? Let's see where I actually save. No, I think it should be fine. Because, yeah, CSG boxes, for some reason, they're the weird ones. Okay, so for some reason, that specific notification doesn't work. Oh yeah, now we're back into the normal quest stuff. Oh, and that button works again. Weird. But okay. The door's open, let's go deeper, and then we go into here, and then she runs off, deactivates the medium, and now we're in the video game. So this is like the second this would be like the final third of the game. Or the final third of this level. Because I think the first third would be, this area? I mean, I think it needs to be a bit longer if it's... No, I guess this is just... I guess I'd call it the first act. It's introducing the basic mechanics. And then we get into the second act, which is really the bulk of it. When we do, you know, after this opulent medium, when we find the time gun, when we start messing with slowing down time to change the interactions of these objects. And then we have a short third act, quote unquote, where now we have to do all of that, except the medium has, or the whole ruins have been deactivated with our spooky thing. Like, this would move so that we'd have to, oh wait. Oh, I see, that doesn't have collision. This wall just doesn't have any collision at all. Now it works. Boom. You know, and I think I'm going to do exactly what I did for Kitty Found a Camera, where the camera will have some limit to how far away it can be from the... or how close it can be to the player. Because that works really well in Kitty Found a Camera, actually. Oh yeah, I just realized we're actually, like, stuck in here. Unless we do that. Oh, wait. What if we have the player go down the fans, because that's a bit easier? No, I like going up the fans. Because going up the fans is, like, stressful. Oh, and also, what we need to do is, when we animate... No, when we, time management... We need, play... What would it be? Time stopped, set time stopped. So when we set time stopped, stop time. So where's our thing? Resume and slow. So, oh, yeah. Yeah, these need to be play for now. To do, fix or convert to tweens. Convert animations. Okay. So I kind of want to do a full start over playthrough of this. Because let's say commit M platforming intro to the opulent media. Alrighty. And let's lower the music a little bit. Yeah, about there. Okay. So let's say, hello, can I help you? Are you a doctor? I didn't even realize I was still wearing my coat. Alright, give me your video game content, bozo. Wait, hang on. Oh. Yeah, eventually I need to have, like, a better thing with that. Okay. Do you want help looking? Okay. So we found the medium? Okay, yeah, okay. Wait, I think the saving and loading isn't quite working. Like, I feel like there's data that's, like, not supposed to be there. Oh, well, whatever. So what's this place? Yeah, this little divot makes it clear, like, oh yeah, there's a place to go down here. And then you step on this platform. And then, yeah. Eventually I need more stages here, or more contextual dialogue, basically. I have a good idea. Wrong place. This one. So I want to make this easier because I don't like hard video games. Razia, get out of the way. I need some way for Razia to, like, not be in the player's way. I'm actually going to have that as, like, Razia should not actually be tangible. I think... So, at the very least, you should get out of your way. And there should be some sort of, like, custom walking animation for, like, her backing away from you to give you space. But okay. Now we have all sorts of funky stuff. We have all my stuff back yet again. And this feels like I can see a lot more sensible level design in here of, like, the space is much more compact and much more, you know, used like an actual space would be more, where, like, you actually have things on top of each other rather than just sprawled out vertically everywhere. And for now, I cheat. So then we go through this to get to our beautiful thing. And the player will hopefully not be overwhelmed by that. But okay, and Rousey is just going to be talking about the looters and stuff. And then she gets to here, sits there. So this will be... Huh, yeah. I feel like something strange happened when I started a new game. Wait, that doesn't even make sense, though, because I just, like, deleted my save and then played the game again. I didn't, like, reload it. But yeah, like, why did I have to switch that, or hit that switch 3 times? But okay. And now, for the time being, how do I actually get out of here? Oh yeah, I wanted to have that, one of those platforms, or, yeah, one of those bridges that falls. I guess for now it's pretty easy to get out of here because, actually, no, it's not easy at all. I have a good idea. My superpower. Rousey, hold my hand. Alright. And then we talk to him. Alright, we won the game, and I only had to no-clip at one point because I haven't made the second half of this level. Or the second, like, 85%, I'd say. But okay, I like that. I like that. And I'm going to call that a day, because it's 4 hours. So yeah, our next steps would be then introducing the opulent medium. And I think then, let's also rebake this. It's not really necessary at any point, because Razia still doesn't know how to navigate with us. But okay. Yep, commit M, some little things. And that means that we also need... Oh, wait. We need push all of those. Even though the drives don't work. Oh my god. That's impossible. Oh, it's not impossible because I probably did some, like, to-do list stuff. Hang on. Yeah, hopefully it's nothing important. Okay, good. It was literally just some like, other stuff. And you know what? Let's also update my sub-modules while I'm at it. Because they have a lot more power now. There we go. Continuing work on opulent medium. Does this have any drives? I think this has one drive repository. Okay, good. Okay, so that means everything is all saved to GitHub, to my 2 backup drives, well, to my 1 backup drive. My big drive is still out of commission. I'll have to figure out how to deal with that. But okay, that's going to be enough for today. Yeah, I'll be back next Sunday for more At the Ends of Eras. I'm glad that it's like, it feels like it's coming back together. And so I hope that I can actually, like, make a cool video game level now. But alright, see you later.